North District Representative. And as I said, this is not a nonpartisan position. All right, I think we're ready.
Our first candidate is Dinora Santos Baines. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, Denora, I'm going to ask you the first question. As the president of the board, my name is Dr. Kathy Evans Brown. So tell us a little bit about yourself, including whether or not you voted in the last school board election and why you would like to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board.
I absolutely voted in the last school board election. I vote every year for the elections and I participate. I grew up in Buffalo, single mom with 4 children, Buffalo Public School graduate, elementary school, high school. All of my siblings are graduates of Buffalo Public Schools. I have 7 nieces and all Buffalo Public School students. I went to McKinley High School and I actually grew up hearing impaired and with English being my second language. And both of that contributed to I had a speech problem. So the Buffalo Public Schools with early intervention actually provided me with a speaker when I was younger and a speech therapist as well will come to visit me at the school. And they really assisted my mother in helping her with resources that I needed. And it really impacted who I am today and the successes that I have. So I feel it's my responsibility as a taxpayer, as a Buffalo resident, and someone who's benefited from the Buffalo public school system to be a part of this and be a part of this governing body and really make a change to ensure that the next generation is able to get the resources that I received from the Buffalo public school system and the support.
Thank you for that. Vice President Everhart.
Good morning, Denora Santos. So what are your impressions of Buffalo public education today? What are some challenges facing the Buffalo Public School District? And what changes would you recommend? And where would you like to see the district 5 years from now?
I believe Buffalo public education is a fundamental right. Everyone should have access to good equitable education across all communities. And I see that sometimes that can be in issues in communities where good education is not equitable across all communities. And I really believe that a parent shouldn't have to choose whether public education is right for them. They should have plenty of options of good education for their child. And their real challenge should be, well, what school should my child go to? And that is a vision that I have for Buffalo Public Schools. And for 5 years from now, I believe that I want to see stable leadership because I think that really impacts the communities and the trust. And it takes time to make real change. So we need stable leaders to follow that change and that vision and be able to accomplish that. I also want to see improved reading levels. As someone with English is my second language, spelling was something that I struggled with growing up, but it was reading that helped. I love reading, fictions. I will be up late at night reading, and I think that does make an impact on whatever career you go into. And I also want to see more on vocational training. College may not be the path for everyone, but there should always be a path. You should know where can I end up? Because without that, then what are students aiming for? Also, we see a lot with, as a digital information officer for the state of New York, I have been a background in tech and digital communications, and I see what AI is doing. And with the digital divide, our students should be prepared for what impact that's going to have on education. Our teachers should be prepared on how AI is going to affect their students. And in 5 years, that's going to look very different. So I want to also Buffalo Public Schools to think about, well, what do we want to do with AI and how are we going to prepare our students prepared for that? And that is because technology moves fast.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Good morning.
Denora.
Morning. I'm VP Adriana Zulich. My questions today are to maximize student achievement and outcomes. What is your view of an ideal board member and board as a whole relationship with the superintendent? And how will you demonstrate your responsibility in this relationship? Thank you.
As the board's responsibility is to govern the district. And I think an ideal candidate or ideal board is a group that is collaborative, that is having a good relationship with the superintendent, where they're providing a supporting role and not a managing role. A diverse board where with different ideas that is able to come together, even though they may not have the same idea or may think that the way to get there is different. We should be able to work together. And an ideal board member is someone who comes prepared to meetings. We read the meeting minutes and we research, well, what is on the table, and come prepared with the data and already thought about, well, what policy or getting more information about the policy, because an active board member, that is a good board member. Because I've been in a lot of boards, and when the board isn't in participating, then it falls on just a few people, and that is not a good board.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen.
Hi, Denora. I'm Eric Bowen. I represent the Park District. As a board, we have to work as a team. What is your experience being on a diverse team, such as a school board? What skills would you bring to our team?
I've been on a lot of boards. Well, I've been volunteering in the community since I was 15 years old. And I began participating in boards when I was in college for the Hispanic Heritage Council. And since then, I've been involved in the DEI committee for the Buffalo History Museum, the Independent Health Foundation Board, and on the parade board, and right now also the library board of trustees. So I have a lot of experience in being on a board, and especially diverse boards. I tend to find myself being the one bringing the diversity on the board. So I am very comfortable being in a room with people who don't look like me, who have different backgrounds and different ideas. But I love that. I think a diverse board is very important, because I think different ideas, people who come from different backgrounds, bring great solutions to things that if you had everyone thinking about the same thing that came from the same neighborhood and background, they may not come with a good solution to something that may not be impacting their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
Good morning, Mrs. Santos Baines. My name is Louis Hawkins. I'm representing Central District. My question this morning for you is, we thank you for your interest in serving on the Buffalo Public School Board. If selected to serve the North District seat, and after your time on the board, on the school board has ended, what difference do you want to have made?
Yes. I would want my parents, teachers, and students to feel like they've really been heard and listened to. As someone who's worked in the community for many years, I've worked in the developmental disability world for over a decade. And what I see a lot is people just want to be heard. They want to be listened. They have things to say. They have ideas. They have issues. And I want the North District and, Buffalo parents and teachers and students to know that I am a board member who came here and cared. And I made real change by listening to the community in actually implementing this change, whether it's through policy or reviewing policy and seeing how effectively that is being implemented. And I also want the community to feel that I did what my responsibilities, and I was transparent. And
Thank you.
Good morning. How would you balance the North District needs and priorities against the needs and priorities of the entire school district?
As a potential North District board member, I will be an advocate for that community. But I also have to keep in mind that I am one part of a whole. I'm an advocate for that community, and they come to me to share their issues or even their accomplishments, because that is also good to share, and bringing that to the entire table and seeing how together we can make the Buffalo Public Schools even better.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Vane. My name is Stefan Wright. I represent the Ferry District. Good to have you here today. My question is, school boards represent the vision and values of the community. What does this mean to you, and how will you represent the vision and values of the community in your work if selected to serve the Buffalo Public School Board?
Yes. So when this question makes me think about family. When you go out to this world, you are a representation of your family. Your family, your parents have a vision for you. So in every room that you go to, even if I'm not inside of a school, I am a representation of the Buffalo Board of Education. So I should act accordingly, of what I say, how I behave. And when it comes to the vision and the goals, it's what I do on my free time and my volunteer work. How else am I accomplishing this vision outside of the meeting room? And I will show that through my work in the schools and my work in the community. And yes, and I will continue to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Larry Scott, member at large. We are facing tumultuous circumstances right now. How will you, as a board member, in the face of political pressure, be independent and impartial while upholding laws, regulations, and policies?
Well, this is I would say it is an easy question because I am choosing to be here today. I'm choosing to be up here. I have a full-time job that I love. And so I am volunteering to put myself in this position in front of these cameras. So I don't believe that there's anything that anyone else can tell me to challenge my integrity, and my morals and what I really believe. So I think that is a no-brainer for me. That'll be easy for me to be impartial and yeah, because that is what I believe. That is who my mother raised me to be. She is also a Board of Education employee for 20+ years. So Buffalo Public Schools is just my entire life.
Thank you.
And I have the opportunity to ask the last question. What parent empowerment groups, community groups have you worked with? This is a two-parter. Have you ever worked with youth? If so, in what capacity? Actually, it's a three-parter. How would you get parents and people to get there? And how are you going to engage them outside of the places that we've already created?
Yes. So my mother instilled the love for volunteering. I used to go with her to volunteer in the community. So I've been volunteering since I was younger. I was volunteering at the Bell Center. I was teaching art to students. I was also for the Puerto Rican Hispanic Day Parade. I was on that board, and I was chair for the Ms. Borinquen Leadership Development Program that worked with teenage girls in Western New York. I also am part of the Hispanic Heritage Council and the Hispanic Heritage Cultural Institute, where we've implemented some programming for youth. So the Guitar Initiative, so bringing music skills to students, and they're free as well. Also, the Day of the Child, so where we are promoting reading across the schools. I've also am working to develop, or we've developed a teacher leadership program for the Hispanic Heritage Council for with students who want to go into education, but that are also bilingual. And that will be at the Institute. And we will also be the first community center that will have a Say Yes Young Scholars program.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nora. I think that concludes our questions. Yeah, so what's the allowed to ask questions?
Well, can I leave you with a final note?
Mhm.
You can ask us questions if you have any.
Yes.
For your final note, we have
Okay,
questions for
that's
us.
I would like to leave with, I am someone who is passionate about what she does and passionate about the Buffalo community. I love living here, and I have a 6-month-old child, and I would love for him to follow our footsteps and go to a Buffalo public school. And my husband also is a Buffalo public school graduate. And as you already know, as I said a million times, my mother is also part of the Buffalo Public School education system. So I'm invested into the Buffalo Public School, whether I'm a board member or not. It's something that I am invested in, and that I will be honored to serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're set. What time?
9:30, we're next candidate.
9:30. Okay. 9:30. Okay.
Thank you, Evan.
Yeah, I was, yeah. 111.
Yeah, I was,
Keep it noise.
yeah, I was hearing that. That was.
Mm.
Right.
Bad wire.
So. We don't need all that time. I might add, just for the media that's here, each candidate, which I failed to say, each candidate did receive all the questions that we're asking today in advance.
Well, one, two. One, two. Hear the five? Mhm. Not sure. Hmm.
Sorry.
So glad you told me there was lemon ginger. I would be drinking chai all day. I'm getting crazy.
Style up a little bit. One, two.
It will capture the sound. Oh, yeah, see? Yeah, we're just gonna do it that way. Right here, it will capture the sound. So we gotta look into that. Sorry.
That's okay. At least the humming stopped. It was loud.
Yeah, it was a lot. And then you tell me words there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Good? Okay, yeah.
1, 2.
I still have.
Speak. Mike.
Ready? Okay, we're going to reconvene with our next candidate. Because we're running a little early, which is nice. I'm not going,
Yes.
yeah, we're going to start running a little early. Just because you're so smart. So our next candidate is Jack. I'm not going to butcher his name. We're going to allow him to pronounce his name.
Chaviria.
Morning, thank you. I hear that we're running early in this building too often, so that's great to hear. My name's Jack Echeverria.
Morning, good morning.
Yeah. I have a pleasure of asking the first question. So tell us a little bit about yourself, including whether or not you voted in the last school board election and why you would like to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board.
Thank you. Once again, my name's Jack Echeverria, Buffalo resident since COVID. Grew up in Buffalo. My father was a city firefighter. My mom, for a short period of time, was a teacher aide at School 4 before working in different avenues within Erie County and the state. I moved around quite a bit for my career. Initially started off in Buffalo with a national company. However, for my career in logistics and supply chain, I had to leave the area to gain experience to come back and hopefully add something to Western New York and Buffalo itself. I moved around 7 years throughout the country with my wife. During that time, we had 2 children. We ended up in Boston working for Wayfair, and during COVID, that just kind of really illustrated to us the importance of coming back home to Buffalo, New York, where our family was. I was lucky enough to move into the North District, which has a great school system and schools for our children, and we're able to have our kids get into the Olmsted School 64. And that's kind of where my journey starts, I believe, on why I'm here today. Getting into the pre-K program was very nerve-wracking. The Buffalo Public Schools, they have overall a system that they're trying to achieve, but Olmsted, in my mind, is the diamond school in the district. So we really wanted to give our kids the best opportunity, being able to travel around the country and understand what is needed to be successful. Going into a neighborhood that we had an opportunity to get into Olmsted, even though it is open to the entire district, it was just something that we're trying to achieve. Why I'm here, I do believe that for Buffalo to achieve success in the next few decades, it starts with our children. Being part of the school program, interacting with parents within the neighborhood, along with the district, there's a lot of fear going on that we're not preparing our children to be successful in the next step as they go on to high school, college, trades, so on and so forth. Over the last year or two, I've become more cognitive of what's going on, started doing my own research, and there's a fear creeping up in myself, within my family and my neighborhood, that something needs to change. I do believe the school board could enact that change. However, you need to be vocal, you need to be an independent leader, and you need to also listen to other parties. Friction is not bad. Friction is good if you take it, digest it, kind of cool down a little bit, and come up with another initiative that maybe doesn't fit your agenda, doesn't fit the other individuals' agenda, but really tries to achieve success for the whole district and your, not only your own district, I should say, but the Buffalo district. On the voting, since we've moved back, I voted in every election except one. I do have documentation. I was pulled out of, on a last minute work, so I couldn't do the early voting. But, you know, I do believe if you want to kind of get on your soapbox and complain, you better vote and you better believe in government. That includes local government, county government, national government, and the school board. But overall, I'm seeking this appointment because I believe Buffalo deserves independent leadership. I'm not affiliated with any political party, and I'm here because I want to do more for the city, and this is how I could get back.
Thank you for that.
Hi, Jack. I'm Janita.
Good morning.
Good morning. What are your impressions of Buffalo public education today? And what are some challenges facing the Buffalo Public School District? What changes would you recommend? And where would you like to see the district in 5 years?
Great. Thank you. I'm not handy. Could ask my wife. I do not fix a lot of things in the house. I kind of make them worse. I'm comparing this to the Buffalo School District right now. We need to relook at our foundation. Doing some research over the last few months, it's alarming at some of the test scores that we're getting. The 4-year graduation rate is 79% statewide. It's 87%. That hasn't been improving, but it's not where it needs to be. The ELA proficiency is 25 to 30% on the stats that I found. It's 53% statewide. Very alarming. Math proficiency, 22 to 27%. New York State average is 55%. Once again, this could be a year or two old data, but these are concerning. This is where the foundation is built. This is how you achieve success, is starting off on a small granular level and building off of it. Obviously, it's not achieving that right now. So I believe there is a tremendous opportunity right now with everything going on in the last few months, if not longer, the closing of the schools. There's a lot of focus on it. This is our opportunity to take the bull by the horns and make change that is needed. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be pleasant, but we have to work together as a community. And we need to look at it not only from a educational purpose, but on a business side. You say business, this is education, Jack. You're right. But we don't have unlimited resources. We need to work together, pull all of our resources together, look at our districts, but also look at the Buffalo district and see what is going to help us achieve better scores. It's my firm belief that we got to start with the elementary age kids. We have to start at a young age, and we really need to get parent involvement. It starts at home. These teachers could only do so much in the classroom. They're not at home with the kids. They're not pushing them to be going to read, working on math, but you need to get parent involvement. So we need to listen to the teachers. We need to understand what the teachers need to be successful.
Thank you, Jack.
Yes, ma'am.
Morning, I'm VP Zulich. To maximize student achievement and outcomes, what is your view of an ideal board member and whole board relationship with the superintendent? And how will you demonstrate your responsibility in this relationship?
Thank you. My idea of this role, I'm not here to tell the educational staff, the principals, the teachers how to teach. I'm not here to tell them you should be teaching this curriculum, this is what you should be doing, but it is my job to review key metrics and make sure that we are achieving what we are set to go forward with. My wife is a teacher. I understand granular, once again, what needs to be done. but I should not be in a classroom. I should be in a private business, a public business, just running the daily operations. That is my background. So for me, it's not to micromanage the teachers, the superintendent, or the principals, but it is to hold them accountable. And this is where we need to come to the table, look at the metrics. What can we actually achieve in the next 2 to 3 years? What can we achieve in 5 to 10 years? You have to have short-term metrics that you can achieve. And if you're not achieving them, understand where it's going awry. We're not going to be able to go from the 25 to 30% letter proficiency up to 60% overnight. It's going to take time. You need to add resources at the beginning, but you also have to help students that are in the middle of their journey to start gaining those steps that they lost in the past. So for me, it's to set clear expectations, discuss metrics with the staff that they think they could achieve, understand what they need to achieve those metrics, and hold them accountable. Holding people accountable is not negative. If you do it in a professional manner, a back and forth manner, you're going to actually learn more and you are going to be able to service your community and the entire Buffalo district better. But you need to get out there, boots on the ground, see these classrooms in action, talk to parents. What keeps you up at night? I guarantee if we spoke to everyone in this room, people on the board, people watching this on YouTube, people are going to be watching this on the news, they all have a different perspective of what needs to go on. And probably everyone's a little bit right, but it's up to us to look at the greater good, put everyone above one, and actually work together. This is what we need to do. And seeing what's been going on, not only in the city government, county, and state, is very alarming. But if we want to get better by 2030, 2040, 2050, it starts in the classroom. Parents are very fearful of what is going on in the classrooms when they are not there in the school district. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that is perception. Perception is reality. So for me, it's holding the people accountable, trying to allocate and get more resources for individuals that need it to be successful. And from there, you may need to pivot. What I think needs to be done today is not what needs to be done in a year. But talking to individuals from other districts, what's going on? Hey, can I come see your school? Hey, why don't you come here? There's a new program that we were a trial and it's having great success. Come look at it. How can we get it from the North District into the Ferry District? What can we do together to make this happen? But that's how I view the relationship. I'm here to hold people accountable, look at metrics, and try to allocate for more resources.
Hi, Jack. Thanks for being here today. Eric Bowen, District. As a board, we have to work as a team. What is your experience being on a diverse team such as a school board? And what skills would you bring to our team?
Thank you. Once again, education is not my background, but I've led teams in South America, Europe, where there is a cultural difference, there is a language barrier, and you need to come up with how you can communicate to be successful as an organization. I believe this has allowed me to think outside the box, hone my communication, just not in a verbal way, but in a written way, in a physical way, just having interactions with individuals. So I believe my diverse background of working for Fortune 500 companies, working for a smaller company in Buffalo, New York, has allowed me not only to talk to individuals that are loading your trucks, unloading your trucks, distributing your goods, but I also have the opportunity of working with C-suite individuals that have a more strategic advantage. I believe I can relate to individuals more, and it's based on my background. I've managed $100,000 budgets up to 6, 7, 8-figure budgets, negotiation experience, process improvements. This is what we need as a board to focus on and run the business side more than the day-to-day side. So I believe my business background, my success in that industry, working with individuals across the globe, really gives me a different perspective of what our students need now to be successful in 20, 30 years. The prior candidate mentioned AI. Over the last 12 to 18 months, AI has exploded. What is the city of Buffalo doing to prepare our students? Students now need to retain information, but they also need to know how to do research and how to communicate it. So we need to think what is going to be the next technology disruption, if you may. People are very fearful of the Industrial Revolution. We made it. We found other jobs. People are very fearful of what AI is going to do. We'll make it. It's just different tasks, different skills that are needed, and we need to focus on it now. I'm 41 years old. I get it, but it's past my time. I want my children to have an opportunity to use the technology that I'm experiencing for the first hand and really exceed. Once again, I keep saying it, it starts at the foundation. We need to do more for our younger students to get them engaged, get them excited. And I believe the process improvements strategy that I've come up with and being able to pivot as the market changes will allow me to help come up with ideas and actionable plans for us to get there.
Thank you.
Mr. Echeverria, good morning. Mookie Hawkins, Central District. We thank you for your interest in serving on the Buffalo Public School Board. If selected to serve in the North District seat and after your time on the school board has ended, what difference do you want to have made?
Thank you, sir. For me, this role is not a lifetime role. I believe that change is needed. There are some individuals that public service is meant for them. I believe this is my time to serve. With that being said, I'm not politically motivated. I'm just getting very frustrated with what I'm seeing with the city and the outputs that we're creating. With that being said, I want it where we see improvement on the scores I keep mentioning, that we believe that we are on the right path. That's what's important to me. For our city to make a rebound, we need to start with our kids. We need to give them opportunities. We need to prepare them so they can be successful and bring back different businesses. They can go into public service. They can go into different trades. They can go into civil service and be the best they can. There is a issue right now with getting individuals, whether it's in the private sector or the public sector, that can retain information, that they could communicate properly, that they understand what's going on. That would help tremendously. Not everyone is made to go to college. We need individuals that go into public service. My father being a firefighter, he needed to communicate with individuals that are in distress multiple times. You need to know how to communicate. That starts, once again, with the ELA. That starts with math, just doing basic functions, going to the store. I want to see kids that are teenagers being able to count back change, not just say 1, 2, 20. No, that's not how it goes. Like, I want basic principles to be seen and taught in schools. So hopefully we see a direction that we want our community to go in. So I'm saying a lot of words, but what I really want to see, Mookie, is I want to see us working together, improving the test of scores, because I do believe testing is important. It's not the end all be all, but I want to see some change. I want to see the growth, and then get somebody else that's, I'm not, like I said, I'm not here. There's 2.5 years left on this term. I'll do another term. Then my wife's going to pull me back. It's somebody else's turn to change it. We need different views. I want it in 5 years that people could say, well, you know what? I didn't agree with everything Jack did, but he listened and he tried his best. We did see some changes, but now it's time for Amy down the street or a few blocks away from me to take my role and to take it to the next level. I can only take it so far. And in 5-10 years, my kids are going to be at a different age. Somebody else is going to have a different perspective. So I want to see change in the next 5 years. I want people to say he did the best he can. He was a very honest, he had integrity. Not always my favorite person, but you know what? I'd rather have somebody say he's honest, he's got integrity than saying I liked him. So I want to see change. I want to see it in the numbers, and I want to be part of it.
Good answer.
Morning. How would you balance the North District's needs and priorities against the needs and priorities of the entire school district?
Thank you. For me, this was probably the toughest question, because you are here to represent your district. But once again, we are a very tight community. We're the city of good neighbors. Buffalo is a very poor city. There are sections of the city that are disadvantaged. So I can't just think of the North District. I can't just think of the Park District. I can't just think of the Fillmore District, Central District. However, I am here to represent the North District. Mutual gain. How can I help the North District without hindering other districts? What do we need to do different to give the kid that lives over on the east side of Buffalo the same chance on the south side of Buffalo, the north side of Buffalo? How can we make it fair? Fair isn't giving everyone the same resources always. What I needed growing up, I needed speech. It was provided by the city of Buffalo. Without speech therapy, I would not be where I am. I still have issues, but it gave me confidence that I could get up here and speak to individuals like yourself to be successful. But that doesn't mean Bobby, who was in my class, needed speech therapy. So how can you allocate the same resources when individuals need different tools to be successful? So with that being said, it's really understanding what does the North District need, work with fellow board members to see if there's any synergies, any alignment, and working together. How can we work different principals work together? How can they share resources so we could really make the most of everything? You know, a lot of times resources go unused or not used to its ability. How can we work together? Once again, I'm not here to be a dictator. It's getting out with other board members here, going to other schools outside my district, understanding what is needed, aligning it with my schools, and then coming up with a plan. It may not always work. I do not expect to have rainbows and sunshine discussions with everyone on this board every single day, but that's part of it. That's why we're leaders. If you want to be leaders, you got to take the tough conversations, and that's going to come from people feeling like they're getting slighted, not representing the central district because the park district got something, or the park district being upset with the fair district because they got something. That's okay, but how can we make it as fair as possible? How can we give our students an opportunity to have all the resources across the board and just not with one school district? So it's going to be a juggling act, and all I could say is I'm going to be able to work with individuals here. I'm going to have tough conversations and not take it personal. So I tell everyone that's always worked with me, once we leave that door, it's a new day tomorrow. Leave it at the door, come in, new perspective, cool off. I may have thought of some things, and let's go back to the drawing board. Let's work together.
Nice to have you here, Stefan, Ferry District School Board Representative. My question for you is, school boards represents the vision and values of the community. What does this mean to you, and how will you represent the vision and values of the community in your work if you are selected to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board?
You know, I think you guys are feeling it more than anything. People want transparency. They want to know what's going on. That's what we need to do as a community. We need to lay the cards on the table. It's not going to always be great. It's not going to be what everyone wants to hear, but we need to be transparent with individuals. That's what being a leader in the community means. Listening, actually sitting down and listening, not going in with predefined notions of this is how it is, this individual's a pain in the butt, so on and so forth, but actually coming in with an open mind, listening to the community, once again, not just with your district. What does all of Buffalo need? Yes, you have to worry about your district, but you need to worry about the entire school system, just not your district. So listening, being transparent, respecting. I have 8 schools in my district, and there's over 60 campuses with over 30,000 students, I believe, in the Buffalo district. We are a much bigger community than what we're representing, and we have to remember that. But I think transparency, accountability, respect, and looking at every opportunity, that's what it means. So for me, it's actually getting out there, listening to individuals, not just the good stuff. I want to hear the bad stuff. The good stuff, that's great. We'll maintain that track. But I want to actually hear all the nasty, the ill perceptions, everything going on, so we could actually dig into it and actually present our findings. I mean, that's the biggest thing. You've got to present your findings. You just can't say, this is what's going on. Well, let me see it. Don't worry, we have it under control. We actually have to be transparent. We're in a public office. People deserve to know this. I think it would ease some of the tensions with individual parents. And from there, we'll see where it takes us. Maybe new boards, new school groups want to partake, getting the Buffalo Teacher Federation involved. I mean, they're part of the community. What's going on? Do you send your kids here? No. Why don't you send your children to the school? Actually understanding why they have maybe not the best, trying to use the correct term right now, but maybe they don't believe in the schools, but actually understanding what's going on. Hey, you send your kids to this private school. Why? How can we change it? You're an employee here. Why don't you send your kids here? What do you need? Yeah, being part of the community, it's actually finding the dirt and doing something about it.
Good morning, Larry Scott, member at large. We are facing tumultuous circumstances right now. How will you, as a board member, in the face of political pressure, be independent and impartial while upholding laws, regulations, and policies?
Thanks, sir. Once again, I'm here on my own. I have no political affiliation. I'm doing this because I got sick of everything I'm hearing. I coach youth lacrosse, hearing parents with the great concerns, talking about the news, not talking about the good things, always the negative, not talking about the parks or this school did this and that. It's always the negative. So I'm here on my own will. I'm in the private sector. I want to do this. I want to be here. I want to have conversations. I want to know what's going on in this building. it's just, once again, I believe it starts with children at a young age. So this is why I'm here. I could go be on a different board. I could go do another organization. I could get back. I could do a million other things, but I believe education is what hinders society. It's what hurts cultures from advancing. So I want to be here. Following the laws in that, there's got to be a ethics and book, and there's got to be some parameters that we operate in. Yeah, I'm going to review it. I'm going to understand it. I'm going to talk to a lawyer about it. Like, what is our power? What should we be doing? I want to see what's going on. I want to hold board members here accountable. Like, hey, this is really outside our scope. Should we be looking at it? Are we focusing on the right things? But overall, Larry, all I could say is I'm an independent thinker. I'm here on my own. I don't really get persuaded or pressured, I should say, to do something I don't believe in. I want to do better for the city, and I believe this is where I could help. So I'm not really afraid of friction or pressure or somebody, trying to corner me. That's fine. I've dealt worse. I'll deal with worse before. So it's just kind of knowing your morals and staying your ground and going down your path. There's decisions that are made here that not everyone likes. And, I think a lot of people here stand by what they choose. I respect that. I may not agree, but I respect it. And as long as I have the respect of the board and my community, I'll be fine.
Thank you.
I get the last question. So what parent empowerment groups, community groups have you worked with? Have you ever worked with youth? If so, in what capacity? How would you get parents and people to get there? How are you going to engage them outside of the places that we've already created?
Thank you, ma'am. Right now, I'm a lacrosse coach for the Western York Lacrosse Foundation. I grew up playing sports throughout grammar school, high school, and college. I believe sports in general, for me, really teaches what it means to be a team. I coach little kids, 5 to 7. Once again, I think you can see I have a passion for youth. But I believe that's where it starts from. People, they're sponges at this age. So I started devoting my time back to youth lacrosse. I started doing it once I was out of college, moved back to Buffalo. Once again, I moved around for 7-8 years with my wife, and we always participated in some community service. When my wife was teaching, I would come in, help her with her classroom activities. We were always going out buying extra resources. And moving back in 21, 22, we're still getting our feet underneath us, so to speak, but lacrosse was something that I could relate to, and you could teach life skills. Simple things on Mother's Day when we had the kids. Hey, tell your mom thanks. Did you make your mother a card? Just simple things like that go a long way. Once again, it's teaching them life skills that they could build off of. And it's also just talking to the kids on a different field, not in a classroom, not as authority, so to speak. As a coach, you do have some authority, but they're 5, 6, and 7-year-old kids. I want them to have fun, like they're innocent. So kind of teaching them, leading by example. Hey guys, where's your mouth guard? Oh, I don't have my mouth guard. All right, Bobby, I told you next time you can't play, and hold them accountable. I mean, they need to know that there are decisions that they make, there will be repercussions. And this is where it starts with kids. So, teaching them on the field. So hopefully they're better kids off the field. Then you see them around in the community, and if you see them doing something bad, knock it off. Hey, Billy, knock it off. I know your dad. Do you want me to call your dad today? But sure. But a lot of it is by leading an example, and engaging with parents. I think we could throw $1 billion at the Buffalo School Program. It starts with parents at home. The teachers only have them for so many hours a day. So how, as a board or working with your schools, how can you get parents more involved? I don't have that answer per se, but you know what? I think Olmsted does a very good job of interacting with parents. Principal Bryant does a phenomenal job, but you need to get parent involvement so they take it serious. So it's creating activities where you get groups together of parents, finding common themes to get parents together. Maybe it doesn't always have to be school related, but it could be a school group. But you get a core group of parents together and they start kind of spitballing. They go to the administration, they come up with ideas. But we got to think about different outside the box ideas to get parents involved, not only in your district, but outside of the district, start communicating and then giving us feedback. This is what would really go a long way. But I think there's a lack of parent involvement, and we have to come up with solutions or try to come up with solutions to get involved. But yeah, a lot of my youth work has been coaching and just working with individuals. And 41. I started coaching lacrosse when I was 14. Seen a lot of these kids now go on to great successful things. They're in their early 20s. And the best part for me and the most fulfilling is running into them now in the community and saying, oh my God, Will, what are you doing now? Oh, I'm working in finance. That's phenomenal. And he's a good guy. Obviously I coach boys lacrosse. That's why I keep using boys' names, but it relates to a lot of things. But yeah, it's just kind of putting yourself out there, not being afraid and getting your hands dirty, man.
Thank you for that. That concludes our questions. Do you have any questions for us?
Not right now. I think leaving on the note is, whether I'm selected or not, I wanted to come here and just be heard. A lot of individuals here, I think, take this job very serious. But I just want to say, I hope you all know that the direction of Buffalo starts in this room. It starts with the kids. And, hopefully things get better. Because right now there is some concern out on the streets. I think you guys know that. But I think you guys are taking it serious. You're taking the right steps forward and continue on it. And if there are anything, things that need to be said behind closed doors, get them done, because when the selection is made on Wednesday, there's going to be a lot of fingers pointing. There's going to be a lot of questions. So, I hope you guys are ready to put up a good fight. But I want to say thank you for your time and appreciate it, and good luck.
Thank you.
And you have your sheets.
Yeah, we are moving along.
Didn't need so much of a buffer.
Well, you never know, because you know a lot of.
We caught them before they closed.
They have chicken and waffles also, for the record. For the record.
We're on time here. All right, our next candidate is Matthew Borelli.
Come on.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
My name is Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, and this is the governing board. And we will all ask you a question. I will start with the first one. Bless you. So tell us a little bit about yourself, including whether or not you voted in the last school board election and why you would like to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board.
So professionally, I'm the Director of Planning and Development for Wyoming County, New York. Just outside here of Erie. Our offices are in Warsaw. I did not vote in the last school board election. I guess kind of my pitch today and why I got interested was just following the news in the past couple of months. I have experience in state and local government, the administration of public services. Just thought I would kind of throw my hat in the ring and express interest in helping if I can. My mother and my mother-in-law are both English teachers, 8th grade English teachers. So I have that, background of education. I just thought it was an interesting opportunity.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janita. Me too. What are your impressions of Buffalo Public Education today? And what are some challenges facing the Buffalo Public School District? What changes would you recommend? And where would you like to see the district 5 years from now?
Sure. So I moved to the city of Buffalo roughly 5 years ago, 2021. Over those years and talking with neighbors where I lived, the reputation of the schools has not improved, I would say, in the communities that I've spoken with. A change I'd like to see is the school district be a draw for people to move to the city, not something to move away from or be seen as an option of last resort. A change I would make to that end is focusing on stability and governance, particularly fiscally, and maybe repairing the reputation with the community. I think that's what I'd like to see over the next few years.
What challenges do you see facing Buffalo Public School District?
I think as it's been off repeated over the last few weeks and months, maybe transparency and communication with the public, and certainly fiscally.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Vice President Adriana Zulich. My questions are, to maximize student achievement and outcomes, what is your view of an ideal board member and whole board relationship with the superintendent? And how will you demonstrate your responsibility in this relationship?
Yeah. My view of an ideal board member would be somebody who's very visible and active in the community, always able to answer questions, talk to parents, staff, and faculty, and students when required. To listen and discuss concerns and new ideas. Regarding the relationship with a superintendent, I think it's a board's role as a whole to, once they select somebody, to really support them to the greatest extent possible. I'll give the example that in my office, we recently hired a new person. And I think once you put your faith in somebody, you need to support them wholeheartedly. And I try to, manage my staff in that way, and that's how I view that relationship.
Hi, Matthew. Eric Bowen, Park District. Thanks for applying for this position. As a board, we have to work as a team. What is your experience being on a diverse team, such as a school board? What skills would you bring to our team?
Sure. Working in local government, I think there are always, very diverse groups that you have to bring together.
I'll give you the example in Wyoming County, we're working on the first countywide comprehensive plan. And, you know, in a county of about 40,000 people, there are, like I said, a number of very diverse groups with often overlapping, but occasionally conflicting opinions or views on things. Trying to manage those and make sure that everybody's voices are heard and incorporated in that example into our final document to guide development is certainly important. To that end, I think that, you know, working with the public, both in this role and previously with the state, is just critically important, keeping a level head and making sure that everybody is, you know, having their voices heard and participating.
Mr. Varela, good morning. How are you doing? Mookie Hawkins, Central District Board Member. We thank you for your interest in serving on the Buffalo Public School Board. If selected to serve in the North District seat, and after your time on the board has ended, what difference do you want to have made?
I'd like to see the reputation with the Board of Education and the community improve. I think the reputation regionally could currently be improved. I'd like students to feel safe, supported, and ready for whatever they choose to do next in life as they exit the district. You know, me personally, I would like to, you know, like I said before, be visible and active in the community and just make sure that if anybody would like to speak to me about an issue, that I'm available and have open ears and I'm ready to discuss things with them.
How would you balance the North District's needs and priorities against the needs and priorities of the entire school district?
First and foremost, I'd like to be an advocate for my district, but I would speak with representatives of the other districts to understand the needs of theirs. I think finding areas of, you know, overlapping interests and potential cooperation makes the most sense. Beyond that, just an equitable sharing of resources. The example I gave before with our comp plan in Wyoming County, just trying to find where there are the most wins for the largest groups of people that overlap in cooperation. But yeah, beyond that, just speak with the representatives of their districts and find the most equitable way to share limited resources.
Hello, my name is Stefan Wright. I'm a Ferry District School Board Representative. My question for you is schools represent the values, the vision and values of the community. What does this mean to you and how will you represent the vision and values of the community and the work in your work if you are selected to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board?
Sure. I think being a representative, I would try my hardest to represent the needs of the community. I have an almost limitless appetite for talking to people, as some will share. But I like to just lend an ear and, you know, listen to people and let them get their concerns out and relay and reflect them to this entity as best as possible. If I were selected, I think I would meet first with the principals of each of the schools in the district to understand their needs. Make myself available to meet with parents and the students. I've seen that some board members have social media. I would go that route and just make myself available for meetings with the community to kind of understand those needs from the get-go. And I thought maybe even hanging up posters around the neighborhood and saying if anybody would like to meet with me and discuss, you know, their concerns or ideas, I would be open to doing that.
Good morning, Larry Scott, Member at Large. We are facing tumultuous circumstances right now. How will you, as a board member, in the face of political pressure, be independent and impartial while upholding laws, regulations, and policies?
Sure. So I've been mostly speaking about my current role with Wyoming County, but prior to that, I did work with New York State here in downtown Buffalo. There were times where I would help out at events where there would be people protesting outside, which is, you know, certainly kind of a heated environment. I think being able to keep a level head and stay rational in those moments is certainly important. You know, people reach out to the office upset. You have to stay calm and reasonable. You know, I think I've learned from those experiences that in the face of pressure, I'm able to, you know, stay independent and impartial.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask the last question, but before that, I meant to note that Board Member Wright changed his seat so that he could be more visible.
Thank you.
All right. So what parent empowerment groups, community groups have you worked with? Have you ever worked with youth? If so, in what capacity? How would you get parents and people to get there? And how are you going to engage them outside of the places that we've already created?
So I've not interacted with any formal, parent empowerment groups. Where I've lived previously, I've always been very friendly with my neighbors, some of who had children, and actually a topic of discussion frequently was the local school. So not a stranger to entirely, but I haven't interacted with any formal groups. I do work with a number of community groups. I volunteer with the Tool Library on Main Street, the Buffalo Transit Riders Union, and I try to participate in tree plantings around the city. So I'm no stranger to working with community groups and community advocacy groups. Working with students, this is not a current role, but I have worked previously as a camp counselor with students and children. I think a point I'll make to that is that it's important to listen to kids. I think that they really more often than we give them credit for know what they need. And I think that that's, an important thing to keep in mind. Engage with parents outside of the places we've already created. Like I said, I just want to be visible and active in the community. I pick up the phone whenever somebody calls, and I really just try to talk to people and understand their positions. Something I do just for fun, try to really learn what everybody's thinking. So that's my idea. I guess my closing pitch is that I have experience in state and local government, and I'm willing to help if it's needed.
Thank you. Thank you. You have any questions for us?
No, I don't think so. Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Good to go. All right. Thank you, everybody. Nice to meet everyone. Sorry.
Gotcha.
So can I get a motion to recess and reconvene at 12:15? Bowen, Everhart. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion is approved and we will take a recess.
Let's do that.
What? Unplug it. Okay.
For something.
Meeting, I got to put it where, start meeting football can, lovely for
Sure, appreciate it. You're welcome.
Any go with you? Huh? Okay.
When? He did? You put the pressure on.
Or should we do it somewhere in the community and not be wild, somewhere like that, or should we do it?
Okay.
I would say.
Just make sure that. She got. And also.
So what would be,
She work out it, people.
okay, that would be perfect. The back to school giveaway being a journey to honest. Be on, instead of it being at a school, being at a neutral, location.
What's that?
The back to school giveaway.
Back to school.
Let's go. That's a
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there, yeah, but it's wider base.
Sorry about that. That's a nice area. So the leadership team, you want to interview with these people? No? What do you think? Interview with-
Test, 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 test.
Test.
To reconvene the meeting. Bowen and Hawkins, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved and the meeting is okay, so
Thank you.
I don't see the clerk, but we have our next candidate, Braden Pritchard. Please come forward, Mr. Pritchard. And welcome. So these are the current board members, and I will ask the first question. My name is Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, Board President. Tell us a little bit about yourself, including whether or not you voted in the last school board election and why you would like to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board.
Absolutely did vote in the last school board election. So, but it was a big year. And I think the only election I've missed, unfortunately, was this last primary because I forgot about the controller. So apologies to him. But I mostly wanted to get involved in this when it opened up because I've lived in North District all my life. I represent right now probably 50% of North District geographically through various community groups, the Parkside Community Association, the Elmwood Village Board, other smaller groups up there. And a lot of parents were coming up very concerned about what's going on because they see it in the news and you just see the headlines and you don't exactly know what's happening. And, you know, in fielding a lot of those questions from them, it was a big concern that North District is going to not have constituent services being provided by someone that they voted for 2.5 years. That's a big amount of time. And I felt that as someone who already engages with those parents on a day-to-day basis, that already points them towards constituent services and information, that I at least would throw my hat in the ring. And if you all were amenable to it, be able to continue to provide those services for them, as well as all the other aspects of being a board member that I'm sure we'll get into.
Thank you. Vice President Everhart.
Hi, Mr. Pritchard. I'm Anita Everhart, Vice President of Executive Affairs. Good to see you again. What are your impressions of Buffalo Public Education today, and what are some challenges facing the Buffalo Public School District? And what changes would you recommend, and where would you like to see the district in 5 years?
5 years. Well, I mean, we know there's a lot of challenges, and I'm seeing this in the city right now. We've got a lot of issues, and in my background, some of the public interest law that I've done, we see problems that affect every level in Buffalo, especially the school board, that we can't necessarily handle, like lead poisoning. We've got 4 times worse lead poisoning rates than Flint, Michigan. That affects our kids. They're going to have behavioral issues as a result of that. And that's not something we can handle directly as a school board, but we can provide resources. But in terms of what we can work on and where we could be 5 years from now, I see the most fundamental issue right now is reading. We've got kids growing up with technology. You know, I would say safely that I'm a little better with a computer than my mother, perhaps. So these kids are going to be familiar with things like AI. They're going to grow up with that, but we can't let them lose the fundamentals. You know, I was watching some of the interviews at my office, and a number of people mentioned speech therapy, and which I went through as well. And it was very nice to see so many folks here with that background presenting. But that's a fundamental skill that no matter how the technology changes, a kid's going to have. They've got to be able to communicate. They've got to be able to, if you take an AI generated something, distill that down, have the critical thinking skills to figure out what's accurate and what's not. And I think focusing on all sorts of issues, but fundamentally reading and literary skills is going to be a key differentiator for all school districts going forward.
And where would you like to see the district in 5 years?
I would like to see us doing a lot stronger in that area, and to be able to say that we've got kids coming out of school that are not only good at math and science, but are able to have those fundamental communication skills, that are able to go into the workforce or higher education and present themselves well and be able to communicate with their employers or with their peers. I think that's a key metric we're going to have to look at.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard.
Vice President Adriana Zulich. My questions are, to maximize student achievement and outcomes, what is your view of an ideal board member and whole board relationship with the superintendent? And how will you demonstrate your responsibility in this relationship?
I think the system of relationships that we have here, sort of an ecosystem. You know, the board member has their role, the board as an entity has its role, and teachers who we have to let teach and administrators who we have to let administrate, they need to be able to operate in those roles independently without us, say me substituting my judgment for a teacher's in the area of education. But you and I all know that you're on this board because you have a unique judgment, because you have unique background. And you're able to apply that when it matters, when it's important. When, for example, there's change about, like we're seeing right now, we've got to be able to let the superintendent have their plan, but now, I mean, none of us foresaw that this would happen, be able to pivot. And that, I think, is what the board is for, to be able to set those key goals and to be able to adjust when times change. And always being cognizant of your role in that ecosystem, I think is crucial for a board member. So I think that my role would most importantly be using my judgment where it matters, representing, of course, my district, because that's fundamental for those who represent districts. But being able to know when to be hands off and know when to step in and when it's appropriate and when it's useful.
Hi, Braden. Eric Bowen, Park District. As a board, we have to work as a team. What is your experience being on a diverse team such as a school board? What skills would you bring to our team?
I have served on a number of boards, and through bad luck perhaps, or what have you, whenever I've come into that board, there was always some sort of change going on. And in a lot of those situations, you have got to be able to, and one of the most important skills you can have is navigate the relationships that everybody has and be able to listen to what they're saying. Because I'll be frank, I get a lot of joy out of being wrong. I just had a conversation the other day. We had Porch Fest in Parkside, and my vice president and I were out picking up the garbage after. And he was saying, I had a conversation with such and such board member. He was very upset about this. You know, he thought we should be doing it this way. And I said, look, I had a conversation with him like that before. He disagreed with me. We tried it my way. My way didn't work. We pivoted towards his way. That's just what happens. And that's not something that you've got to dwell on necessarily. That's something you've got to be able to adjust with and be able to appreciate that you're just one perspective. So that is a situation that I've been in many times in different boards. And when you're dealing with a city as wide and diverse as Buffalo, I think it's even more important to be able to take other people's perspectives into account and know that maybe what's going on the ground in your district is not the same that's going on in South or Ferry, and be able to lend your, like I said, judgment, your expertise, while knowing that, you know, that's not my place to step on somebody else's toes with their district or with a larger issue. So I think being cognizant of that is one of the most important things you could do on a diverse board like this.
Thank you.
Braden, Mookie Hawkins, Central District Board Member. We thank you for your interest in serving on the Buffalo Public School Board. If selected to serve in the North District seat, and after your time on the board has ended, what difference do you want to have?
Thank you for that. Well, two or 3 weeks ago, I think I was leaving church and this woman came up to me, and she's actually a BPS teacher. And she said to me, I'm thinking of moving one of my kids from BPS to a charter school. And these are conversations that I'm sure you have all had with people in your district, and that are concerning, but are real conversations that folks are having. And with this woman who had that brought up to me, I couldn't say to her, you know, the performance in your school is going to be this 2 years from now when your kid graduates. It's going to be this, you know, 4 years from now when he's entering the workforce. And the difference I want to make is I want to be able to say to someone like that, or someone who has any of that question, your school was at point A, to the other question 5 years ago. And now this year it's at point B. And I can tell you for a fact that your child's education has improved because of the work we've been doing here. I can tell you for a fact that you should not go to, this parochial school, this private school, what have you, because look at all the work we've done over the last 5 years to improve those numbers. And especially when you have someone like a teacher saying that to you, you've got to really sit down and think, what is it that we can do to get this person who knows so much about this topic to keep her kid in BPS? And those are real issues that we've got to deal with, especially over, say, a five-year period. And that's a difference that I want to be able to take to someone like that at the end of my time here.
Thank you.
How would you balance the North District needs and priorities against the needs and priorities of the entire school district?
I think that question goes back to my point about the ecosystem, right? Because if you look at North District, let's be positive, let's say there's certain assets they have that other districts maybe don't, and that other districts have that North doesn't. So for example, I'm on the board of the Martin House. For COVID, we used to have student docents. Kids would be able to come through and give folks a tour of the museum. That's a phenomenal opportunity that is present in North that we could offer to kids all over the place, and be able to get, kids in Buffalo into arts and cultural centers or sites in other districts, and give them sort of a diverse vision of the city. And I think you could extrapolate that to a view of the district members' role in general. You could say, in my district, I've got this problem that we overcame by doing this. And you know what? I see something similar happening with the school in your district. Maybe it's not a perfect one-to-one solution, but you can have those conversations and share your knowledge like that. And to the general issue of how do you interact on a board as a whole, that's how you build rapport. You've got to be able to say to somebody, we work together on this topic and we might disagree on a vote over here, but let's silo that off because we've got something we can work on right here together. And that's something that you could take from, I think, being a district member. And in this case with North, you could say, we've got something wonderful going on at North at this school. How would you think that would be a good fit at your school? The answer doesn't have to be yes. But I think having those conversations as part of that board ecosystem, that's how we all work together and keep moving forward.
Nice to have you here. Stefan Wright, Ferry District School Board Representative. My question to you is, school boards represent the vision and values of the community. What does this mean to you, and how will you represent the vision and values of the community in your work if you are selected to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board?
I think, there's a lot of communities in North, first of all, and I would say that their visions and values probably differ. I know what mine are, and I would imagine there are parents that disagree with me. I got an email the other day about someone complaining how early a dumpster in the neighborhood gets picked up and that I should do something about it. And I mean, those are I'm sure that lady has a different opinion about what's important than I do, but that's something that we've got to be able to engage with as public figures. And I think that there's a universal thing, regardless of if you disagree with somebody on the vision for BPS or on the values that you want to bring to this role. You can have somebody who disagrees with you, but recognizes, you're putting in the work. You're out here in the community. I see you every day at events, at schools, talking to parents and kids. And I think so long as we inspire confidence in the parents and in the students, then they're going to say, you know what? Okay, our fundamental values are being met here. Maybe I disagree on my focus on literacy over, say, prepping somebody for trade school. But at the end of the day, I know that this board member is working in my kid's best interest. And I think that is what allows us to inspire confidence in the people living in our districts.
Larry Scott, member at large. We are facing tumultuous circumstances right now. How will you, as a board member, in the face of political pressure, be independent and impartial while upholding laws, regulations, and policies?
Well, first of all, as an attorney, I've already taken an oath in the state of New York that said we're going to uphold the law. And that's never going to be a question where I'm involved. Seriously. And sort of like my answer to the previous question about being seen in the community and people knowing what you're about. Nobody in North District is going to question my integrity, and tell you that. And nobody's going to question my independence. They know, because I've had these conversations with them, that if I disagree with them, I'm going to move ahead with my way. But if that way doesn't work, like I said earlier, we can pivot. So being independent is one thing, and that's very important. But being independent is different, in my opinion, than being able to change your mind, right? Because if you see new information, or we're going through a situation right now as a board where things are changing on the ground here in BPS, it's still independent to be able to change your mind and agree with somebody else. You're not in their pocket because all of a sudden you're working with them on an issue when you were working against them earlier. So I think being able to, like I said, silo off these different issues we're facing and maybe how emotions might play into them is important. And at the end of the day, when my time is done on the board, like we said earlier, nobody's going to be able to say, okay, he wasn't working for a vision and values that I recognize are important. He wasn't in anybody's pocket. I think that's for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, President. This is the last question. What parent empowerment groups, community groups have you worked with? Have you ever worked with youth? If so, in what capacity? How would you get parents and people to get there? How are you going to engage them outside of the places that we've already created?
And thank you for facilitating this as well. Well, there were a few questions in there, but if you don't mind me trying to go through
Take your
them
time.
in reverse order so I remember what I'm
Yep.
talking about.
Absolutely.
The spaces that we can engage with folks in, well, I think that's something I sort of touched on earlier. Right now, and the reason that I got involved in this and was interested in this position is that's what I'm doing in the community at the moment. I'm creating those spaces. You know, we just had a huge event in Parkside Porch Fest. Bands playing on the porch, folks mingling about. And I was out there talking to people who they know it's my house. They know I'm not going anywhere. So they can come bother me because I can't escape. But they were asking me all sorts of questions about what we're doing in the neighborhood. They know where to find me, and they know where to go to those spaces to, in this case, so it would be communicate with their board member. And in doing that, I have engaged with a lot of youth. I've been involved in a number of programs for youth, be it creating summer camps that they can participate in it at a low cost. I know that, my mother, when I was growing up, she was a single mother. It was a very sudden change in her life. And we were sort of floundering around, what do we do about my youngest brother has an 8-year age gap. And I was going to school, so I couldn't keep an eye on him. She had to go start working. She couldn't keep an eye on him. I think youth programming like that is crucial because it goes to what a district board member is supposed to do. You're supposed to point these parents who need help towards a space they can get that assistance in, towards resources they can use. And in doing so, I've worked with a lot of parent empowerment groups in North District. I know at North Park in particular, and with teacher groups in the area. I know a lot of teachers that I've met with over the last 2 or 3 weeks as I was sort of sounding out if this was something I wanted to be involved in. And all those parents and teachers in North are going to know that they can come towards spaces that I would provide them as a board member and have these conversations with me.
Thank you for that. Do you have any questions for us?
Yes, gosh. Well, a comment, if I were to make a campaign promise, it would be we can crowdfund maybe an air conditioner for this room. If that's No. But I think just as a final note, a lot of these questions, like your last question, were very multifaceted, and I want to be able to give you guys a thorough answer on each of them. So if there's anything anybody wants to follow up with, you've got my information. Feel free to reach out. And I look forward to working more with you guys, whether I'm on the board or not. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
What time is the next one? Oh.
We can. We're ahead of the curve.
Our soft game is Wednesday.
So we don't have anything. other than- Okay, cool. We get a week on. Okay.
Scheduling anything.
Hot mic, hot mic. Mic's on. Mic's on.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. That game is at 7. Go South.
So people. It's your place.
Different things in, selection.
Okay. We should talk about it later. Okay.
Okay. We're right in time with the next candidate. And that is Jonathan Robbins. Welcome, Jonathan. Come on up. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Robbins. My name is Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, Board President, and I will ask the first question. Okay? So tell us a little bit about yourself, including whether or not you voted in the last school board election and why you would like to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
No.
Thank you for having me. My name's Jonathan Robbins. And got your questions. I'd like to restrict my answers, hopefully going through them to 20 minutes or so. And taking the first question, just like to tell you a little bit about my background, because I think that might inform some of the things I can bring to the board. I spent a virtual lifetime in banking, bank consulting, and the financial markets and investing. I started at M&T Bank first. I spent 17 years there, mostly in the corporate commercial banking division. That division deals with small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and institutions, including municipalities, governments, New York State, as well as school districts. In that capacity, I was involved in for the division, not the bank loan, for the division, which is the largest division of the bank at the time. It's actually equal now between the retail divisions and corporate commercial. I was involved in planning research and marketing research and analysis. Responsible for the annual forecasting, budgeting process, and tracking that through the year, and capital budgeting, and so on and so forth. After M&T, I was involved in consulting for banks, both large institutional banks here and here domestically and also internationally, primarily in Australia and New Zealand. And I did many of the same things and improved processes and financial planning and tracking and those sorts of things and data analysis for those banks. In the past, well, since 2017, my involvement with Buffalo Public Schools began. And in that time, I took a number of classes, adult education division in CTE, as they call it, trades, And I also been a co-instructor, volunteer co-instructor for the past 5 years, teaching with a master electrician. And that's the evening classes. That's a Wednesday class. It's 42 hours for each semester. It's 3 hours. And that class is divided between lecture for about an hour and a half, which I'm primarily responsible for. And then there's a hands-on component where students actually build circuits, power up the circuits as if they were doing these things in their own house or on a new construction project. We had a wide variety of students, diversity of students, and foreign students, if I can call them that, newcomers to this country, ESL. And that's been a big influx in recent years. And also, you see?
Sounds like
Okay. And yeah, so that's what he did there. Question 2.
We're going to ask the questions, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Robbins.
I'm next, but did you want to follow up on the voting part?
Yes, I voted in every election. I was.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Robbins. I'm Janita Everhart, Vice President of Executive Affairs. And my question is, what are your impressions of public education today? And what are some challenges facing the public school district? What changes would you recommend? And where would you like to see the district 5 years from now?
Well, let me just say, whether it's, let me just say I believe the entire educational system in the United States, whether that's private or public schools, from K-1 through K-12, community colleges, universities, and graduate schools is maybe the greatest asset we have. Because it represents the future, represents our children. And that's how we prepare people for productive lives and lives in the world. And when it comes to Buffalo Public Schools, I'm sure you're well aware of all the problems. I know you are. The district has been facing for a very long time, including low performance on all the standardized tests given by the state. Numbers like 27% competency rates of 4th grade levels. Both math and English come to mind. Chronic absenteeism rates, which the numbers I pulled out the other night were 64% chronic absenteeism in the district, which means over 10% of a day's missed. There's 180 days school year, so that means 18 days missed. That's not good. I think it can improve. I looked at New York City, and it was in a similar situation. I actually have a graph I can give to you later that showed very high absenteeism rates, and they brought that down considerably. Last year it was like 35% chronic compared to us, which is 65%. So obviously it can be done. How it gets done is another matter, right? So you need execution, you need plans, you need programs, and I believe you need task force at the management level and at the board level to supervise those task force. Having report to you. So, yeah, so there's just something to think. Obviously, there's the chronic and imbalance in finances, and the deficit last year was what, $64 million, $65 million. This is unacceptable. It can't go on. Where's the money going to come from? You all know why that is. There's limited increases in revenues, and expenses continue to go up. So another interesting thing I looked at was market share. You know, in business, we always talk about market share, right?
And I looked at 1990, Buffalo Public Schools had something like 47,200 students enrolled. Today, it's 30,000. Then it was like 85% share of all students that were school aged. Today, we only have 65%. You know, we know where they've gone. Some have gone to the suburbs, some suburban schools, some have gone to privates, some have gone to the charters, and even some homeschoolers. Right? So the reason I bring these numbers up, I think it's important that everybody have these numbers throughout the organization to help focus on the problems, you know, quantify it, make it understandable. So, yeah, it's an issue. As far as what do you do? Yeah. Don't stop.
You can finish your thought.
Okay. Yeah, so what do you do about it? I think, you know, one idea is to bring in a consulting, but a niche consulting. You know, I don't know who they are. Maybe you know who they are. There are consulting firms specialize in school districts. I don't think you want to go through a merger with another school district. So that's one way. The other thing is you hired the new school board, a new superintendent. I think maybe you look at a turnaround specialist as a contract for 2 years. I don't know. It comes in and helps you make changes, makes recommendations. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. I'm Vice President Adriana Zulich. And my questions are to maximize student achievement and outcomes. What is your view of an ideal board member and whole board relationship with the superintendent? And how will you demonstrate your responsibility in this relationship?
Well, the first thing is, you know, boards, whether it's a corporate board, a nonprofit board, a school board, all have certain responsibilities, right? Most of these things are enshrined in law. There's what New York public law tells you what a board's responsibilities are. So you have to fulfill those responsibilities first. Second thing is, obviously, it's a team and it has to work together as a cohesive team. You know, obviously, there are going to be debates and arguments, but you know, in my view, I don't think it's very good when it spills over into the public. It just makes it more difficult for everybody. Obviously, the news people can't wait to get their hands on something. So it's very important to work with the team. I don't, you know, I'll have to talk to you all, but I don't see myself working directly with the new superintendent. It's job of the board to supervise, govern the superintendent. I don't think that, you know, it's wise to micromanage or any of those kinds of things. That's not the job, in my view, of board members should do. That doesn't mean we can't make suggestions, we can't ask for information, propose new reports and plans and so on, but it's their job to figure it out. That's what they're hired for, right? We're not hired for that. And many school boards don't, you know, in New York City School Board, there's no compensation whatsoever. So if they were to micromanage, it's on their own time.
Hi, Jonathan. Eric Bowen, Park District. As a board, we have to work as a team. What is your experience being on a diverse team such as a school board? What skills would you bring to our team?
But I don't know if you know, any of you worked at M&T Bank at any time, but this, when you work in a large organization like that, you always work in a team. And not only do you work in a team, you have to work with other teams throughout the bank. Maybe 8, 9 different teams, particularly on planning and budgeting, new projects, cost cutting, downsizing. It doesn't matter what it is. So I have a lot of experience doing that. And then, of course, in consulting, you have to do basically the same thing where you work at the highest levels in the organization. I always like talking as a consultant to the people at the bottom. Why do I like doing that? Because they usually have the solutions. They just can't get it done and nobody's listening to them. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that. The other thing is I'll ask, well, why do you do it this way? Well, that's the way we always did it. Right? And of course, that's not the right way or the best way or the appropriate way for now, but that's the way they always did it. I think my experience in business is an asset that I can able to help companies regard and oversee, particularly as board members. We have fiduciary responsibilities. We have oversight responsibilities. I have a lot of experience. Working at Buffalo Public Schools as a volunteer co-instructor, you're part of a team. You're part of a two-man team. But my co-instructor was a great guy, but we come from very, very different walks of life. But we came together and agreed on everything, but we kind of came at it in a different way, a different thought process. Those are some of the things that I do. Thank you.
Mr. Robbins, Mookie Hawkins, Central District Board Member. How you doing today?
How are you?
Good. Now, we thank you for your interest in serving on Buffalo Public School Board. If selected to serve in the North District seat, and after your time on the school board has ended, what difference do you want to have made?
Just make sure I fully answer your question. I'm sorry, we question 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so I think I don't think that's a hard question to answer. We have all these issues that, I outlined earlier and about. I would feel like a failure if within 1 year, we as a group didn't come together and make some substantial changes. And I hope everybody else feel like that as well, because that's the only way anything's going to happen. But you have to also demand it of your managerial class, right? The leadership of the school, throughout the school, and certainly the new superintendent. It's his job to do that. And particularly when you need big changes. We need big changes. It's not easy, right? I think you're either going to have to restructure the organization, or you have to look at doing things that are radically different. In my experience, that's the only way you can really change costs. At the same time, I think you need to align the organization and also the board along whatever strategic objectives that you have, right? So your organizational structure has to match your strategy. I don't know if that exists today. I tried to look at the organizational structure and I didn't see, I see different areas. I didn't see the whole thing. Usually, I walk into a large institution. That's the first thing you're handed. Here's how we're organized. So what I would look at is to say, okay, what is it you're trying to do, or what do you need help on trying to achieve? And then, say you got to organize that way, because how are you going to track the information, the data to see if you're making progress? You can't hold people responsible. You have to. It's the only way you can do it.
Okay. So you're saying basically organizational structure would be the difference you want to see?
Well, that's one thing, but then you have to look at, I don't know. I have to, I'd have to have inside information to know, right? But like when you look at the budget, I looked at the board document briefly. from the budget, what was it, in May, I guess it was, or June? And you just see costs going up, right? Now, I know the debt service went down. That's nice. But what it really showed to me is you really haven't cut any costs. And the cost you did cut, I don't know how it was cut. Was that from retirements? Did you actually cut costs? I don't know. But what you usually do is you look at the big numbers. You know, transportation is a big number. It's a very big number. Is it efficient? Is it the way you want it to be? Should you return to neighborhood schools and have some kind of hybrid school? I don't know, and I'm not saying you should do that. I know in New York City, for example, though, they don't have a yellow bus system.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
Do not have it.
Hi, I'm Talia. I'm from the West District. I'm well. Thank you for asking. How would you balance the North District needs and priorities against the needs and priorities of the entire school district?
Well, I would say to me, and this is enshrined in law, I believe. I haven't read the law, but the responsibility of the school member is first and foremost to the entire district. That's its responsibilities. And the individual districts, for example, in North District, obviously the representative of that district has to inform the board and be informed of what they need, what their needs are and what they would like to see, what problems they have and so on and so forth, as input into total Buffalo public school needs. But sometimes, as you all know, the priorities of one district are more important for whatever reason that year than other districts. But it's important that board member obviously know what's going on in his or her district and inform the board of that. That's part of the discussion. Lived experience.
Hi.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Good. Hi, my name is Stefan Wright. I'm the Ferry District School Board Representative. My question for you is, school boards represent the vision and value of the community. What does this mean to you, and how will you represent the vision and values of the community in your work if you are selected to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the vision and values of the committee are, other than what they've always been. I happen to look at a random school in New York City just to look at something different, right? PS 41, I have that with me. And on the page of the school, they have, not sure where that document is right now. The page of the school, they have first, they tell you what their mission is. They tell you what their vision is. They tell you what their values are. For example, values, be honest and communicate, learn and lead, relationship managers, all those kinds of things. Okay. I think that's a good idea. And as far as I'm concerned, the values of the community are the same that they've always been, maybe for 150 years since public education started. What do people want? They want good schools. They want good teachers. They want their kids to be safe. They want the buildings to be up to date, modern, clean, right? They want great instruction. They don't want their kids just to survive. They want them to thrive. They want them to be prepared for the world and for the workforce. Whatever their, whatever their abilities are. So, yeah, I would, those are the things. I don't think anybody would argue with that. These are basics. So, yeah, those are the kinds of things I would always look out for, because that's what the public wants. And after all, there are a lot of taxpayers out there, right? It costs a lot of money to educate Buffalo public school students, any students in the country. If it costs, what are the estimates? $33,000 a year. So that means K2, K1, whatever you call it, right? Through 12th grade, That's about a $450,000 investment in current dollars. That's a big investment. And the public should get a return for that. After all, the money, like my dad used to always say, money doesn't grow on trees, right? It's got to come from somewhere. And it always comes from the taxpayers, whether that's city, state, or even the federal government.
Member at large, Larry Scott. Jonathan, we are facing tumultuous circumstances right now. How will you, as a board member in the face of political pressure, be independent and impartial while upholding laws, regulations, and policies?
Well, I think the first thing is to uphold all the laws, right? And all the bylaws and the charter of the board, of the schools. And obviously, there are confidentiality rules and so on and so forth. You have to follow those rules, and you have to have independent judgment. I mean, there's no point in somebody coming to the board who just says what somebody else is going to say. Right. I mean, maybe we all agree on something, but what's the point? I mean, there should be always some debate. I even debate myself on certain issues, right? So, and certainly as a rookie, well, I don't really believe anybody individually on the board. I don't think it's a good idea. I know this current crisis situation, I think there should be a uniform voice coming from the board, whether it's, whether it's from a spokesperson or from leadership. You want one voice out there because it just creates all these distractions. And I think there's the risk of making yourself look bad as well. And certainly as a rookie, I'm not going to talk to anybody. There's a long learning curve. It would take a while. And I do think, like at M&T Bank, independent departments normally do not talk to the press about anything. So. If I can tell a quick anecdote. Years ago, I was going to New York and I got off the plane. It was at LaGuardia Airport, and I went to get a taxi to go into the city. And the chairman of the board, president of the bank, the chairman of the board, he had all the titles. He walked out and he saw me. I must have missed him on the plane. He said, "Hi, Jonathan, where are you going?" And I said, "I'm going into the city." And he said, "Well, why don't we share a cab?" So we got into a cab and we were on our way in. And this was at a time when they were just beginning to have cell phones. Okay. And he had this big fancy, I don't know what it was. it was some kind of satellite phone or something. Okay. And I don't know if he was trying to impress me or what it was, but about 20 minutes into our ride, he called the publisher of the Buffalo Public News on the phone. And he said, "Stan, I didn't like that story you had in the paper the other day." And I was kind of shocked. I didn't know that kind of thing happened, right? I was young and naive. Okay. And so I really couldn't hear what was going on for a while, but then I could hear the chairman just kept going on and on. And then finally I heard the publisher say, "Bob, there's good news and there's bad news, and only bad news sells. Only bad news sells." So that's what they're after. And you don't want to give them anything they can go after. The other advice, having seen this elsewhere, these kind of PR crises, if we can call that, everybody will get through it, right? But if there's any bad news, try to get it out all at once. Put it out there, whatever you can. Now, we don't want to obviously compromise any lawsuits or, do anything that's not right, but the quicker you can get the bad news out, the better.
I gotta break that down.
You're a wise man. Lastly, this is a four-pronged question, so take your time. What parent empowerment groups, community groups have you worked with? Have you ever worked with youth? If so, in what capacity? How would you get parents and people to get there? And then lastly, how are you going to engage them outside of the places that we've already created?
Let me, let me just say, it's interesting in my, teaching capacity as a volunteer. A lot of the students in the class, they range from 20 years old to 82 years old. Many of these people have students in school or grandchildren in school. And so, it's interesting because occasionally these kinds of things would come up, right? And, adult education CTE is not really part of, most of those people are contract employees. They're really not part of Buffalo Public Schools, but sometimes they'll vent. Right? So, that's one way I've worked with parent groups, I guess. I've coached youth baseball for 8 years, my son's teams at Earl North Park. Youth baseball, that's at Shoshone Park, if you know it. And, it was a very interesting experience. I tried to teach kids how to play the game correctly, meaning how to bunt, how to hit, how to catch, how to throw the ball, but do it safely and do it in a way that's going to make them effective. And a lot of times I would find that parents would try to interfere. And part of it is because they heard other things from coaches that didn't know what they're doing. Like most kids, for example, are very afraid getting hit by a pitch at that age. Okay. So, kind of an aside, but we would teach them how to get out of the way of the ball. That's usually not taught. The way you do it is you turn like this to protect yourself, right? So anyway, parents would interfere a lot. So that was a conflict that had to be managed by the managers, by my coach, who was that was the other team. We coached together for 8 years. Very interesting man. His father played in the Negro Leagues, both here in Buffalo and across the country. So that was very interesting. You have a diverse group of parents at Shoshone, not so much out at Mellot. That's more of a, white suburban kind of city. Whereas it's, mixed race, obviously, mixed abilities at Shoshone Park. In terms of working with the North District constituents, the first thing I would do is talk to you all. How do you do it? What works? What doesn't work? How would you change things? Wouldn't be here to reinvent the wheel when you're doing it effectively right now. I do like market research. I do like getting all the information out to the individual constituents in the community. I really like this one report, which I'll leave for you, New York City Public Schools, because there's everything on there. On this PS 41, you can tell what their competency rates are, what their testing rates are, what their vision is, what their mission is, what the parents think of the school, what they think of the teachers, pass rates, all that kind of information. It's like an 8-page report. I don't see why we can't have that information on each of our school, every school, every public school in the district. So what I'm saying is there's a lot to learn from the way other schools and other districts do it. Why reinvent the wheel?
Thank you so much. Mr. Robbins, do you have any questions for the board?
I guess the one question I always ask this, I come into a new organization, and what do you see your key priorities for next year? What are your key initiatives? Or do you not know yet?
All the ones you mentioned: increased proficiency, literacy, math, and so on. Absenteeism, high suspensions, wellness, graduation,
Right.
closing schools,
And you can also find our goals and guidelines.
transportation, and so on.
What's not online though is what the plans are to achieve them. Tactics.
The strategic
Would take-
plan is online.
Yeah, we have a strategic plan, but it probably would take more than a couple of minutes to answer that.
Right.
Yeah. But do you have any closing remarks for us?
No, just thank you for the opportunity. Glad to be here. I hope I answered your questions and you'll consider me.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
Thank you for volunteering for BPS. I want to go see his class. I do. My cousin will office. So it's such an important work.
Okay, next we have one last candidate, Roscoe Henderson. Welcome.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hey, Roscoe, my name is Dr. Kathy Evans Brown. I'm the board president. Tell us a little bit about yourself, including whether or not you voted in the last school board election and why you would like to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board.
Again, hello, everyone. My name's Roscoe Henderson. I'm a recently retired police officer, investigator in the AIE unit for the Buffalo Police Department. I still work as an armed guard for a suburban school district, and I'm a very active member in the community. I'm a proud graduate of the Buffalo Public School System. And even though it's been 40 years, I still stay in contact with some of my teachers and classmates. I pay homage to people like Mr. Toy, Russell Link, who helped shape me into the person I am today. Since I've been in the military, I served briefly, but I've only missed voting maybe 5 times in 40 years. I vote in every election, and I did vote in the last election. The reason why I submitted my name for consideration is because I just looked at it as for the public good. This city of Buffalo has done so much for me, and I just look at it as the way of giving back. I've lived in the district, North District, about 17 years. I've worked in the North District. I've dealt with different situations in the North District. I've been a school resource officer. I've substitute taught at West Hurdle Academy. I was a supervisor in detention. And so I've dealt with children on a variety of different levels.
Hello, Mr. Henderson. I'm Janita Everhart, Vice President of Executive Affairs.
Well,
What are your impressions of Buffalo Public Education today, and what are some challenges facing the Buffalo Public School District? What changes would you recommend, and where would you like to see the district 5 years from now?
Well, I like metaphors. And I think that one that I think of for the school board is before you judge a man, you should walk a mile in his moccasin. And I'm not always sure if the public comprehends everything that you have to deal with. There are restrictive state regulations. There are union contracts that might prevent you from putting teachers, target locations, civil service contracts, all of those things that I've kind of talked to people over the years and have a good idea. One of my classmates, Mr. Singletary, was a principal of one of the schools, and he had a suggestion that, you know what, 20 years ago, he was like, man, you should just start all over. And when I see comments from Mr. Quinn saying we got to do a do-over, that realistically, will that happen? I doubt it, but we do need to do something to make things better in the school district. The fact is, I think if in 5 years, when sometimes there's information, I think it should always be released to the public if it's possible. I know sometimes that they have embargoes on information, and the thing is that if something is taxpayer funded, it should be truly transparent, with the exception if it's a criminal investigation. I think those cases, you have to wait. When that is over, it should come to the public. And example of that, I might say, the incident that may have taken place at McKinley High School, where a student was hurt. Security guard was hurt. And I think that information should be released to the public. People should know.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm VP Adriana Zulich. My two questions are, to maximize student achievement and outcomes, what is your view of an ideal board member and whole board relationship with the superintendent? And how will you demonstrate your responsibility in this relationship?
What I strive for and what I live by as a cadet honor code: do not lie, steal, or cheat, or tolerate anyone else who does. Rules exist for a reason. They stabilize the structure of an organization, but they must be adhered to. Courage is not enough to just do the right thing, but the courage is the basis of one's value. A board member should not blindside a superintendent, vice versa. A board member should understand their role and responsibility to the students and the families of Buffalo. For example, if the superintendent is appointed and hired by the board and the staff are hired by the superintendent, I understand that. But the board sets forth policies and we must adhere to those policies. If, for example, hypothetically, you put someone in a position and say, for instance, they don't have a SDA or SDL. And if they don't have that, then we should quietly talk to the superintendent, say, you know what, this is not right. But then if someone doesn't follow it, then you as an elected representative should hold that board, that superintendent accountable for their actions. So the thing is that, because if you don't, and it results in legal action, financial cost to the district. I mean, being a board member, you have a fiduciary responsibility to the district. And so one must speak up so that it doesn't continue.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Henderson. How are you?
Good afternoon. How's it going?
Good. Eric Bowen, Park District. As a board, we have to work as a team. What is your experience being on a diverse team such as a school board? What skills would you bring to our team?
Okay. I've been working with different groups for the longest. One thing I'm sort of proud of, I used to work for Councilmember Kevin Helfer, and he had a district that was split by Main Street. One half on this side, on the west side, was predominantly white. On the other side was predominantly Black or people of color. And I, along with my fellow staff people, we came up with an idea to do an activity to bring people together. And to this very day, I know the current council members, they have done something similar, but I often work with diverse groups. I've worked with CEPA, Center for Exploratory Perceptual Arts. I sit on the board of the Albright Knox, which is now the AKG. One of the things that I am, as a result of me sitting on the board, there was a group that had wanted to do a charter school. And I said, oh, wouldn't this be a good idea? But the charter school didn't happen. But one of the questions that was raised was, how many students come through public AKG? How many of them are public school students? Only 2,000. We thought that number was low. And as a result of my efforts, the director, we included into our strategic plan for the Albright Knox that whenever we do something, we consider the Buffalo Public School District.
Mr. Henderson, good afternoon. Wookie Hawkins, Central Board District Member.
Good afternoon,
How are you? Now, we thank you for your interest in serving on the Buffalo Public School Board. If selected to serve in the North District seat, and after your time on the school board has ended, what difference do you want to have?
I would say that I did my best, no regrets. That my actions made a difference in the lives of students, and that I supported the superintendent in their role to make decisions that made students and families flourish in the city of Buffalo.
Hi.
Doing.
How would you balance the North District needs and priorities against the needs and priorities of the entire school district?
Thought this was a tough question. So I'm going to try to answer the best way I can. I think equity and equality are two core concepts. Equality is providing for every child with the same resources or opportunities, regardless of the starting point. Equity recognizes that students have different needs and circumstances. It involves allocating resources and support differentially to ensure that every child has a fair path to reach the same high standards of success. My first action is to understand the needs of the North District. I would hope to coordinate through the superintendent to meet with stakeholders, staff, parents, students, principals, learn the needs of the North and see how they align with the district wide. I would advocate for things for the North, but in doing so, whatever I ask for the North, it should raise the tide for all students. And my advocacy would help the entire district succeed. So the thing is, I think at the same time, there might be particular issues in each part of the city. And maybe there might be the flexibility of how the allocation of resources. And so, what you might need in this part, you may not need in that part. And so there should be flexibility in how things are done. But at the same time, you should always think that rise the tide for everybody on the boat. That's how I look at it.
Nice to see you, Mr. Henderson. Stefan Wright, Ferry District School Board Representative. My question to you is, school boards represent the vision and value of the community. What does this mean to you? And how will you represent the vision and values of the community in your work if you are selected to serve on the Buffalo Public School Board?
Okay, this was another one of those questions. So I will repeat my values as I anchored and said in my first thing. I will not lie, steal, or cheat, or tolerate anyone else who does. This isn't just a military saying. It's the foundation of academic and civic integrity. When I think of representing the visions and values of the community, I think of my graduate professor, Mr. Conway, in higher ed, and he said he was in a training thing, and he said, if everyone in the room looks the same, there's a problem. And he had never thought of himself as being racist or anything like that. And this isn't an accusation of prejudice, but it prompts for critical inquiry. It asks us, why is that? What are we missing? If I represent the North District, which is racially diverse, my job is to bring the room together so that division isn't just the loudest demographic, but the sum total of our families. I want to represent a community where the priority isn't protecting the power base, but ensuring that every student, regardless of where they live, has a path to success. I will be that representative by being consistently available, by owning up to my mistakes publicly, and to ensuring that when we sit down at the table, we are looking at the same reality, working towards the same standard of excellence.
Larry Scott, Member at Large. Mr. Henderson, we are facing tumultuous circumstances right now. How will you, as a board member, in the face of political pressure, be independent and impartial while upholding laws, regulations, and policies?
I am seeking this seat because the North District needs stability and focus on student-centered outcomes, not political maneuvering. We're supposed to be apolitical. I view my role as a steward for this transition. I am committed to term limit mindset. My goal is to dedicate my full attention to stabilizing the district. I would basically say, I don't plan to run for this afterwards. I think someone else should, if the people want to choose someone, the way that this process is that, you know, initially when I thought about this position, I thought that it ended at the end of the year, because typically with other elected positions, because I've worked for elected officials in my time, that it would be the election would come at the end of the year. I was unaware that it would be for a 2.5-year term. And, you know, if I wasn't here when I was just a citizen living in the district, I would be like, well, we have 8 members of this board who don't live in the North District deciding for the North District. And I would probably say, you know, I would advocate that maybe at the state level that they change that process. You know, that it's something that where maybe the State Department of Education gets involved, they put someone there, and then there's an election right away. You know, I just think that that would be, you know, because, you know, whoever gets in the position, it shouldn't be for a couple of years. The voters should be allowed to select who they want as a representative. So for me, what I would say to the public, I am not running for this position after I serve my time. I'm just going to focus on just doing the best I can, and that's it.
Thank you.
Hey, so this is the last question, but it's multifaceted. I think it's 4 questions in one. So take your time.
Alrighty.
Okay, so what parent empowerment groups, community groups have you worked with? Have you ever worked with youth? If so, in what capacity? How would you get parents and people to get there? How are you going to engage them outside of the places that we've already created?
Okay. I've never really been a part of a parent group. However, in my duties and various roles, I have met with parent groups. I had arrested a student that brought a gun to Nichols, and the school adjacent, which was Elmer Franklin, they knew I made the arrest. They were like, Roscoe, what's going on? This and that. Could you meet with some of the parents? And so I gladly did that. I sat down with them and we went over security protocols, some of which they actually implemented. The thing is, you know, my thing that I know a lot about is been a police officer for over 25, 26 years. And serving in the department, I always wondered, how come the police department didn't have an outline of what the job responsibilities of a school resource officer is? And we've been around for a while. And if you look in our MOP, it's not there. I also think it's kind of interesting that is there an MOU between the city and the school district and the police department? My understanding there is, and I know that some people have been discussing it, but for me, I think, an issue of prime importance for parents is the safety of their children. So that would apply to parents and people, how to bring them together. That would be something I think is common ground. And that would be something I think people would say, hey, we could work on and try to do that, man. The part about working with youth, I don't think I could name all the things I have done with youth. I have worked with the Boy Scouts. I've done things with BCAT. I'm not sure if you're familiar with. It's and I was part of the initial group that we got the building, and you know, one of the things that a lot of people don't know about me is that I like art. And so I always find art as an excellent way of integrating with kids and families. One of the things that I did that I'm very proud of, two things I can think of. On the board of SEPA, I was working with Buffalo Just Literary Center, and they invited Toni Morrison. And I'm the security guard, and they let me plan the activities around this event for Toni Morrison. I was her personal guard. I got the jazz musicians, work with Michelle Augusto that works for the board with art. I got students to submit things that were relevant or pertain to Miss Morrison. And she got a chance to talk to some of the students and look at the artwork. And one of the things that I'm most proud of, I had a call at Hillary in South Buffalo. Mr. Vanderlip is, I'm not sure if he's still the principal there. And there was a young girl, she was 6. And she had been through immense pain, abused, everything. And I had to take her to CPEP, but I promised her that if she came with me, I would never leave her. And she was 6 at the time. She's 14. She goes to East High. And I hung out with her this weekend. And so if I give my word to something, I stick to it. And that's about it.
That was a nice story. Do you have any questions for us?
When y'all gonna make your decision?
Today.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be deliberating. Any parting words?
I just thank you for the opportunity to talk. I did not realize it was gonna be on YouTube or something like that.
Yeah.
But hey, you know, this is where it all starts and begins. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And if selected, I will not.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Breathe. Yikes. Whew. Mhm. Okay, so may I have a motion to go into executive session to discuss matters leading to the appointment of a particular individual and to receive legal advice? Board Member Zulich, Board Member Everhart, VPs, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes and the board will go now into executive session.
We announced today, they get sworn in when they get ready.
Exact, cool enough.
You got, you said four. Wednesday.
It's a fun way.
Okay. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Buffalo Board of Education to thank all the candidates for the North District seat for their interest. Can I have a motion? Oh. Let me back up. It's been a long day. The board held an executive session to discuss matters leading to the appointment of a particular individual and to receive legal advice. No official action was taken. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Buffalo Board of Education to thank all the candidates for the North District seat for their interest. Can I have a motion to nominate in accordance with Education Law 2553-10N Roscoe Henderson III to fill the vacant North District seat on the Buffalo Board of Education? General Counsel. Oh, I'm sorry. Have a motion? Everhart and Scott.
No, I didn't second. No, I said we need a second.
Can I get a second? Right. Thank you. All in favor? Oh, General Counsel, please poll the board.
Motion to nominate Roscoe Henderson to the North District vacant seat. How do you vote, Board Member Bowen?
I'm going to abstain.
Vice President Everhart?
Yes.
Board Member Hawkins?
Yes.
Board Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Board Member Scott?
Abstain.
Board Member Wright?
Yes.
Vice President Zulich?
Abstain.
And President Evans Brown?
Yes.
And I vote with 5 yeses, the motion passes.
So, Roscoe Henderson III shall be sworn into office at a special meeting of the board to be held on Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026 at 4:00 p.m. He shall fill this office until the next election. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Everhart, Scott. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes and this meeting is adjourned.
This was fun. Always. It's fun.
You're gonna.
Yeah.